I'm a warrior. I go to the core. I am invictus. Nothing crushes me, nothing.
You can hold the outside this time, Mike. Oh, Sabansky binned it. No way. No way, binned. Get on the marbles, mate. Get on the marbles, pal. Oh, no, 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 no. My throttle stuck. Oh, my God. Throttle stuck. It's over. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. There's no way, bro. Bro, I swear to God. This can't be happening to me, bro.
Throw a punch at me, Kryptic. See if I can dodge it. Just my dodging skills, innit?
Yo, lads. What is cracking? Tell me if you guys can hear my fan in the background. You can hear my fan, then I might have to turn it off. Hopefully not though. What is going on this way too hot Monday? Literally, it's way too hot, bro. Hear it very slightly. Damn. If it gets too annoying, I'll just get rid. But let me know. So how's everyone been this weekend, man? I've had a decent weekend, I can't lie. What's the temp? The temp, actually, let me check that. What is the temp? Right, where's my phone? You know what? I know some of you guys are gonna laugh at me depending on where you're from in the world, because what you guys think is nice and cool, I think's hot. Right now it's 26, bro. Yo, Chad, what's going on, bro? Right now it's 26 degrees outside, which is pretty hot in the UK. Plus we've got that humidity where the air's just thick and you can't breathe, bro. So yeah, right now it's 26. Where's everyone from though? Because I know some of you lot are from different places, and you know, you guys be dealing with heat for real, for real. The 83 winning Le Mans. I remember. No, but I think, bro, I think Ferrari, yeah. Bro, they just, I think they were purposefully slow in quali, bro, on purpose. 33 Celsius, bro. That apparently that's what it's gonna be like next week in the UK. Bro, I can't. I can't do those sorts of temperatures, man. Oh, you're from Texas, bro. This is nothing to you. This is absolutely nothing. But in Texas, do you have, is your air breathable? Because over here it's just like, it's just well too thick. Bro, like, everyone knows that Ferrari sandbagged in quali. Everybody knows that. On their first lap of the weekend, like 8 tenths off of pole, when the track was completely green. So they clearly sandbagged not to get BOP, man. 32 before 9 a.m. What the hell? I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to do it, but I swear in America, like, all your houses have got like air con just built in. We don't have that over here. So realistically, we just have that greenhouse effect all day, unless you got a fan. And said a blow dryer on the skin. 90 Fahrenheit in North Carolina, bro. What am I complaining about? Last summer we hit 41 Celsius. What? Nah. I'm inside all day. I could not. That's way too hot for me. Like, what do you even do? Why does my TV keep coming on, bro? What do you even do when it's that hot? How do you even function, bro? Bro, Texas is wild, man. Celsius humidity. Oh my God, bro, I could not. Like, the thing is, like, over here, we get we get hot weather, but it doesn't last that long. Like, maximum, you might get 2 weeks that are like really hot, and then it just goes back to being just cool, you know? So we don't really get the crazy weather for too long. 46 degrees. What the hell? Basically, tornado alley of Europe. Almost had a tornado. That's insane. Only 18%. Man. But it's crazy when you think about it, what we define as hot and how some people actually are living in mad heat. But I guess you're kind of used to that. Like, what you would think to us, what's like a normal day would be proper cold to you guys, whereas to us, this is nothing. %78% at 26 Celsius. I don't know what the humidity is for me. In Texas, that means you lot got at least 4 guns in your property, bro. At least there's 4 blickies in the property, bro. I know how Texans get down, bro. All right, let me register for this race, because I'm gonna do a video tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will lock in, and I've basically tried to go through all the GT3s and make sort of a baseline setup for Qatar where you're not gonna completely and utterly die. So I'll probably bring out tomorrow. What car should I take? Should I take the... Actually, let me take the McLaren again, because I made some improvements and I want to see how good or bad it is. And maybe I might change tires. I don't know. All right, let's register. McLaren again. Okay, I'm ranked number 2. I've actually, the Porsche is nice, you know. The Porsche actually feels nice. The Ferrari feels amazing. I haven't actually tested the Ferrari yet. I've done the Porsche, the McLaren, BMW, the Corvette. I was doing the Ford, but then I got stopped. I've had to go in the Lexus, but not properly. But by tomorrow, I'm going to have done all of the cars. I'm going to get them all roughly around the same time with like a base setup. And and then I'll give the setup out for free. I'm actually gonna drop the setup for free. I might put it on my Patreon so people can just download it directly from there, or whatever. I'm actually getting to the low 20s. Nice. I've not done spar at all. I haven't done spar at all this whole week. So this race is in 15 minutes. And let's see. I believe this race was like 20 laps last time. Maybe I might put 21 laps worth of fuel, but I might try the other strategy where you run with half the amount of fuel and change tires. And let's see if it's worth it or not. Not too sure. Spa and Lexus is your most used. Okay. You still playing ACC or do you not bother anymore? Okay, yeah. Okay. I'll be real, Chad, when it comes to setups on LMU, I'd probably go BP tuning, mate. I'll be honest. I'll be real. Mainly GT4, bro. I've not touched a GT4 car in ACC in about 4.5 years, man. I swear. Not since when they first came out and I was like in the Janetta. I found the Janetta quite fun. Trying to get a hand on the hypercars. Yeah. I mean, BP tuning setups are very, very detailed, man. You know? I'll say that much. And with this game, I've noticed as well, like, it's not like ACC, bro. You can't just throw a setup on, like, a proper setup for, like, a proper race. You can't just throw one together, man. You have to put work, you have to put time into it, man. Man said, easy now, rude boy. Bamba Clark, you know? It's Bamba Clark, by the way. Need lessons on the Jamaican, brother. So, yeah. Right, let's have a look at the old... Alright, let's start driving first.
Locking enabled.
Yeah, guys. I'm gonna say, like, right now... Which one did I do? Yeah, here you go. Right now, in terms of the base, the setups, I think this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think right now it is actually better for the game for the setups to be open. Because although, of course, a lot of people don't want to make their own setups, I feel like it makes it easier for a lot of people to get on with the new tire update. If they can actually put a setup on that's going to slightly change how the car would handle, opposed to some of the default setups which will make it extremely hard to get any pace out of the car without binning it, you know? Yeah, exactly. A lot of, yeah, I feel like what to me, what has happened with the update, I'll be real, is that it's opened up the skill gap a little bit. And for a lot of people, you're not going to be able to close the skill gap unless you have a setup on. Even if the fast guys have a setup on as well, it's going to allow people to be able to drive closer to their normal style. But if it's just left unfixed, most people are just going to lose pure lap time. Right, let's do a lap or so.
Logging enabled.
Event starts in 13 minutes. Beautiful. I have to move my chair forward as well. Actually, do you know what? What we need to try?
Log
Right.
building finished.
I've done a couple of BMW liveries. I did a couple of BMW liveries, like, when was it? Was it like Wednesday, last week Wednesday? But I didn't do any more. I just did the BMW one. I messed around with some other ones, but I did two BMW liveries. Sure about that, mate? I don't know. Right. So, guys, on the on the weekend, I went down to Peterborough, and on the way back I got to drive my sister's BMW X1, and I noticed because like we got rid of our car, I went into her car, bro. I was gonna start doing up left foot braking and everything because it was automatic. I'm just so used to left foot braking, and you know. But what I've noticed about a lot of the modern cars is like, bro, you can't even tell when you're speeding.
Logging enabled.
Bro, I was doing like 90, and it felt like I was doing 30. I'm doing 90, 95, just literally cruising and talking, and it feels like you're doing 30, bro. In my old car, when you was doing 70, you knew. My last two cars I've driven, Mercedes A-Class, BMW X1, and I prefer how the BMW handles in real life, for sure. It's way more grounded, man. Rear-wheel drive as well. It bins it. So we might have to try the other strategy for this race. You guys, let me know if you can hear my fan in the background as well. Do you know what else is funny? I friggin' my pedals now, they're so like stiff. Bro, when I got into my sister's car, I was like, bro, I can barely feel your pedals, bro. Her pedals in her car felt so soft compared to mine. Like these pedals are stiff, like proper. The noise gate. Not the best. Oh, what? But the McLaren handling nice, to be fair. Oh my God, corner car after corner car. Leave me alone. Oh my God. Don't cut pit entry. Not doing it. This track's quality, mate. So who watched the Canadian Grand Prix? Is Lando Norris cooked or is he cooked, bro? No, I don't know. He doesn't know how to race, man. Well, it depends. It depends who's in your lobby, what a competitive lap time is, because now, if this was let's say if this was a league race, they're actually down in the 55s now, which is insane. But so far, in here, I think the fastest I've seen in quali was like a 56.9, but I do know that people are now doing 55s, you know, at the very elite level. I'm nowhere near that. And I would presume that's probably the perfect conditions as well, but, you know. Each thing the setup does. To be honest, like with the setups, bro, I'll be real, bro. It's so much more detailed than like ACC, for instance, bro. Like so much more. A lot of it's in the aero balance, the packers and the ride height. That's where a majority of the lap time comes from. But trust me, getting good at setups in this game is definitely beneficial for like longer races. I would say that. You haven't got below I did last time I tried this, I did a 59.5 or 6, I think, but I think I'm a good chunk quicker now, so we shall see. You beat Johnny at Spa. What car was that in, man? Yeah, Tarek Adams fast, man. He's rapid. But like I know, like Malinowski, Prenter, I know they're doing 55s now. So it's lap time is crazy. But I think the track temp's much hotter. Conditions are probably not as good, but you could probably see like someone doing like mid to low 56s in quali. Like once you see this track in like an esports event or a proper league race, you're gonna see people in the 56s for sure. Lexus for me, he was in a okay. The Porsche's nice, bro. Will your pedals work with your? I don't know what your. Of course, bro? The pedals just plug into your computer, mate. You know what I mean? You just plug into your computer. As long as you've got like some sort of something to screw them in, because they need screwing in. You know, if you just got like a table in front of you, then you have to get some sort of a rig to screw the pedals into, because yeah, they are very, very stiff. Like if I push my brake pedal, I can literally move my whole, you know what I mean? Look, I push my brake pedal, my whole wheel's moving, bro. That's a dirty pedal mapper. Bro, now, like, I would say, like, now, particularly on Le Mans, you have to have load cell pedals, bro. Like, sure, you, like, a fast guy is going to be fast on whatever, but for this game, bro, you need that load cell. Sure. And I had load cell pedals before, but they just weren't that good. Yeah, bro, some of them pedals like $2,000 right now, bro. Insane. I see in Baldwin's one, like, some pedals, like, you can literally have profiles for every single car you jump into. No matter the car, you can have, like, the pedals mapped to exactly how you want it for that car. Yeah, that's what Baldwin has. Baldwin has his throttle mapped to how he would have it in real life. Because of how aggressive he is on the pedals, he can make his throttle pedal way more linear. Yeah, it's like it's only like pedals. The pedals are basically like £100. I didn't bother get the clutch pedal because I don't really care about driving road cars. Yeah, I mean, bro, there's a lot of competition now. I only just seen what's it called? Is it Conspit? I've only just seen this other company making direct drive wheels now. I think it's a Chinese company called Conspit. Their wheel looks decent. AliExpress, mate. You can get them from AliExpress. Simjack pedals. Just make sure you got something to screw them into, and you're gonna have to get some sort of like pedal plate to rest your feet, because these pedals, they're a lot higher. You know, they're a lot taller than the pedals that you've probably got now. So if you don't have a pedal plate, your feet are sort of hanging in the air when you're like off the brake, and it would be impossible. So you have to get the pedal plate as well, which is like another 30 odd quid or whatever. Like right now, my feet, I've got like a box underneath my feet until my pedal plate gets here, which I've ordered already, but I have to wait, you know? So literally you have to have something underneath your feet because the pedals are so much taller. I'm not gonna lie, like it does take some getting used to. When I first switched over to the pedals, I was like, yo, it's like I couldn't do Monza properly. I could not, like the throttle pedal around the Lesmos, bro. It was just insane. Like on my old pedals, because the throttle's so spongy, I could regulate how much throttle I was putting in so much easier. But with these ones, because they're so much stiffer, like regulating the throttle it was just way different. Yo, Lock On, how you doing, bro? I like high grade. What's going on, brother? So if I do this strategy that I'm gonna try, last time I did this race, yo, tire wear was a problem, and I decided not to change tires. Your game still doesn't work. I've heard a lot of people having problems with their game, you know, since the update. I don't know. I really haven't had that many issues, so I generally don't know how to fix them. All right.
Logging enabled.
Back. Put the setup up. How much fuel will I need for quali? I generally don't know how much fuel I want to how many laps I want to do in quali, because I think you only get 2 sets, I think. And if I want to pit, I might start on the used tires. Kicks you after quali. Do you know what? That was happening to one of my mates, and he did something to his I think the ports, something to do with the internet. He did something to the ports and it fixed it. I'll have to ask them afterwards, bro. And yeah, if you can, leave a comment underneath this stream, and after, so I know it's you, and then after the stream I'll ask him what he did to fix his one, and then I'll just tell you in the comment section. Not port forward, he did, because he had something switched off, or he had something switched on, he switched off, he changed some stuff, and then it started working. All right.
Logging enabled.
Scrub track, right. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change tires this time. Last time I did this race, I didn't change tires, and bro, I was suffering, bro. And the McLaren, well, me, I wore the tires so quickly, and my pace dropped off within like 3 or 4 laps. I'm gonna take it easy on the outlap, try and save as much tire as possible. If I do one decent lap in quali, I might just park it. Yeah, I'm gonna do the lap 10 strategy, bro. I don't know whether to refill the car for 21 laps, because the guys in front of me, they ended up having to do the extra lap and I didn't. So I might have to just add the extra lap worth of fuel, or virtual. The problem is because you start off on the cold tires, the best lap is probably like the 2nd or 3rd. Yo, Poochie, what's going on, bro? Uh-oh. Oh my God. All right. We don't want no gravel. We don't want no spins, bro. Right, we saved it. Right. If there's anyone faster than Aston, then I'm cooked. Aston's very good on tires. Oh my God, no. Tire's still cold, you bastard. Oh, the tire's not ready yet. I'm gonna have to do 2 laps. Yeah, tires are definitely not ready yet. Rubbish.
Time 2:00.11.
And now we have turning. No, it was wide. My God, worst last corner ever. I sack it off. Not gonna bother doing another one. I think my tire's probably already cooked. 96%. I'll take it, lads.
Log building finished.
Building sets with a new tire model. To be honest, like I'm just building base setups, bro. I'm literally changing like 4 or 5 things maximum at the moment. I'm not gone into detail with any setup, bro. I've just made it feel nice and controllable and just easy to get lap time out of. I haven't gone into detail, but if you do go into detail, there's like a ton of time, bro. I don't know whether the McLaren's now all of a sudden really bad on tires, but yeah, it definitely feels nice to drive. Once you got a decent setup, man. I didn't do any. My friend Carl, that's all he's been doing all week is Le Mans. But I didn't do any, bro. I did see Ashton Hall versus Speed, bro. Ashton Hall got smoked. Yeah, let me get the strategy together, bro. They will do like 10.4 and then another 70, I guess another 79 at the pit stop. Tires. Should I start on new or put new on after the pit stop? I'm gonna start with new. Because I think with the lower fuel load, it won't be as bad maybe. But then again, the fuel's not really lower, is it? Because you're just putting in the same amount. You think I should start new or start used? Is it this week?
Go to the grid for a race start.
What track is it, bro? You don't ask the same question. Unless you're the same person. Is it Qatar? I might see what Predator and Carl... Actually, Carl has not learned the circuit whatsoever, man. Wait, you lot said Fuji, Qatar. What track is it? 360 minutes?
Logging enabled.
Damn. How often do we race together? We haven't done any endurance races since long time in ACC because Prenta's normally doing like esports competitions. But I've created a team. I'm gonna sign up a few people to the team, bro. So we'll probably get you in there, mate. I mean, need a lot of guys from overseas as well. So we can rotate the shifts and that. I'm not trying to do the night shifts, bro.
Formation lab has started.
LMU's good. LMU's very good, man. I'm gonna get smoked off of the start line. McLaren doesn't get good starts, man. And it's very, very sketchy on cold tires as well. But I have gone for the lighter fuel strategy. These other guys haven't, so let's see.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh shit. Oh my god. That was fucking terrible. What a wonderful start from 1st to 8th. This should be fun. Okay. Wonderful. And I know I'm going to be braking way later than these guys as well. But what is this guy doing? Need to get past this guy because he seems like he's a little bit on edge. Oh my god. Bro, he gets off throttle so much he could make me crash, I swear. It's unbalancing the car. They're only doing 59.9s though. God. That's gonna be a crash. Thank you. Knew that was coming. Knew that was coming. Yeah, I tried the Corvette earlier, to be honest. Not the best, but it still do 58s around here. Some of these guys break so early, bro. Uh-oh. Bro, it's not looking good on the corner cuts, I know that much. Wow, he brakes very early. Extremely early, in fact. It's almost scary. So far, it's clear that no one is willing to give any sort of space, so just kind of have to accept what it is in this race. He's going to be fairly aggressive. Oh my God, the worst understeer ever. These lot are just way quicker down the straight than me as well, I think. Is the Lambo not good at braking? It was alright when I tried it. What is he doing? Bro, what the hell? Bro, some of these guys are retarded, bro, I swear. Bro, they send it in some of the most ridiculous places, man. Stupid. Lost so much time in that traffic, man. Bro, go the other. Oh my God, bro. I'm leaving the door open for him to take the inside. He's trying to go around me. Why? Still one more to come. Hurry up. Bro, what are these guys do, bro? They're actually an embarrassment, I'm telling you. I can't even figure out which way these guys are gonna try and overtake, bro. Look, inside, there you go. No wonder these lot are so far behind. Jesus, man. Oh my God. There's still another one? Man. I gotta hope this leader loses some time because this strategy works when you're out front. Oh my God. I love the track, to be fair. It's a satisfying track to get right, to be fair. Okay, leader's doing 2-minute twos. Let's see how much time I can take out of him before I got a pit. I had to stop cutting as well, man. I don't know where half these hypercars came from, but I've got a feeling not a lot of them are very highly ranked. They seem to take the most difficult option when lapping, you know. I don't think we need the extra lap of fuel, you know. That's a bit of time on the pit in.
That time was a 2:05.81.
43 seconds. This is going to be rough, lads. This is going to be rough. Why's my... Okay. We're going for the tire change strat. The thing is, he was so slow in the lead, I probably could have just caught him. You know what I mean? All right, Chad. I'm gonna have cold tires in the outlap now as well. The good thing is that the majority of the hypercars are lapping them again, so shouldn't have to worry about too many hypercars, man. Okay, cold tires, cold tires. At least I can push for the duration of the race. We gotta make up like 8 seconds and an additional 12, bro. Hopefully we might be like 2-3 seconds a lap quicker. But he is in the Aston, so he's probably pretty decent on tires. Oh my God. But remember, cold tires, I can't just throw it in. Thank you. Go the other way. Thank you. It should be in the Discord, the tracks for the rotation, man.
13.51.
We gotta get a move on.
You no longer go for a kill. No longer risk that.
Cheers, Marco, for the follow, bro. Appreciate it, man. I wonder how many people will change tires. Some of these guys still in the pit lane.
Lap 2:00.43.
There's your answer. A lot of guys haven't changed tires. These are some of the worst hypercar drivers I've ever seen, bro. Man's trying to do a 3-point turn. I did lose a lot.
Lap 2:00.5.
Bro, that guy is an absolute idiot. I could dive bomb this guy. His tires are dead. Comes this idiot in the Ferrari again. Guy's got no pay. Look at him. These are guys that only know how to drive around the track by themselves, you know? That guy is doing 201s. It'll be way quicker. I might be able to catch that guy, to be honest. Guy in second. I haven't even gotten the 59s, man. Just clocked. Have we got enough time to catch that guy? Hurry up. That bad start cost me, man, because I would have been able to gap them at the beginning. Reckon he's got fuel to save? Nah, I think he'll be alright, man.
Time was 8:2:00.5.
And plus, he's got a big gap so he can save, you know? Thanks, mate. That corner's getting harder and harder to see. I hope that the traffic catches him in an awkward place. I think it's 2 laps to go anyway, so I should get him. Well, I'm gonna have to overtake at least. But he's 2 seconds a lap slower now. Bollocks. He's gonna get him in an awkward place. And my boy's got no grip.
Time 1:59.4.
He's not even trying to defend it. Fair dues, brother. Well, he did lose a lot of time though, didn't he, that guy in the lead? All right, GG's. Yeah, the start lost it for us, bro. What GT3 is good at Fuji? Normally the BMW is good at Fuji, but I haven't done Fuji since the update, so. The reality is, bro, when it comes to open setup, bro, a lot of them are good. That's the problem. Most people now are just gonna put setups on, so, you know, like the benefit before of having fixed setup, you would know that the BMW would be strong, you know. But now with this open setup, there's loads of cars that will be strong. Open setups, 6 hours of Qatar, SR open entry, hypercars LMGT3, no tire warmers, 18 sets of tires. I have to see what the boys are saying. What day is that on? What day is that on? Should I try the Porsche next one? What do I think about Lando? Bro. Lando, I've never seen someone who is fast enough to win, but they're mentally so fragile, bro. Never seen someone like that. Should I take Porsche or should I take McLaren again? I kind of like rocking the McLaren, I can't lie. You lot, give me a car, I've got to sign up quick. I would love to team up with Baldwin, mate. Man said Ferrari. Nah. We ain't doing a car that I haven't driven. Porsche, I have to take something at least I've driven. Can't afford to lose the SR in that. Rank below Callum Cripps at least. Mustang. Too late, brothers. Too late, mate. I mean, we can try the same strat again, but I can't get another start like that, bro. Bro, them... Yeah, the Porsche feels nice, man. I've kind of got a little setup for the Porsche ready around here. Yeah, I think the new tire model is cool if you make a few changes in the setup. I'm still waiting to what it's gonna be like when it goes back to just completely fixed. Then I feel we'll be able to judge it better, like a bit of a better balance. But for me personally, I just put change a few things in the setup and it's fine, you know. This time, don't change tires. The tire change would have been fine, bro, if I didn't get that start. Remember, I lost, like, the leader was 12 seconds ahead by the time I got to second place, bro. If I'd not messed up the start, because remember I started on pole. If I didn't mess up the start, I would have had that guy. You know what I mean? So it comes down to the start. I've done it without the tire change before, and it is hard work. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard work. You have to absolutely make sure that you do bits in the first stint. Otherwise, you just get hunted down. Yeah, I've seen the list with the new ABS, man, but right now I run 9 and then I can just put my brake bias rearwards. The thing is, Piastri's not even having to put Lando under pressure because Lando's doing it himself. Like, for instance, Lando was faster all weekend and then we got to quali, he just bottled it. Like, Piastri was a good step behind Lando the whole weekend, bro. Even in the race, Lando was faster than Piastri. But Lando doesn't will to will. He's not race smart. You know what I mean? He's just fast, but he's not race smart, bro. He's very easy to get underneath his skin. Like, how many times has he, like, in the few races where McLaren's been, like, completely and utterly dominant, he will mess up the start, let Max get in front of him, get held up, get through, be quicker than Piastri, but the race is already over. Man said because he was spoiled growing up. Bro, to me, I don't think that has nothing to do with racing, bro. I think when it comes to racing, you either got it or you don't. Remember, most of these guys in F1 had money growing up, bro. Most of them. You know what I mean? So, I don't feel like Lando is any different from anybody else. Most of these guys had money. Enough to get them into the sport in the first place. But there's a certain type of... Can't be all friendly and all smiles and that when it comes to racing.
Logging enabled.
He's got to be a bit of a bastard, bro. That's just what it is. But I'll be real. I think, like, a lot of the smiles and stuff, I think personally it's a very, very British thing to be too nice and trying to be the nice guy and the gentleman. Bro, it's elite sport, bro. Forget that nice guy stuff. You know what I mean? Forget the nice guy stuff, bro. Russell's clever, but this is what I'm saying. Russell, he knows, like, the best way to beat Max is to probably try and get underneath his skin. And, I mean, it's dirty tactics, but if it works, bro. You have to be willing to do them things if you want to win. You know what I mean? It's like in football, when players dive to get a penalty or they try and handball the ball into the back of the net. If it helps you win, after you've won, you don't care. I mean, Russell's doing his job, to be honest. Apart from Piastri and Russell, and I think Leclerc races Max pretty well as well. Apart from them, Max just walks all over everybody else, bro. my opinion, that nice guy stuff, bro, it's a waste of time in elite sport. Like you can afford to be nice if you've got a car that's like look how Max seems like the real nice guy in 2023 because he had a real fast car. His teammates not at the same level, so he can afford to be nice because it doesn't matter. He's gonna win anyway. You know what I mean? But when the going gets tough, bro, you gotta get horrible sometimes. Car rotates so nice, man. Uh-oh, too late on the brakes. Bastard. Alright, you know what? I could just save the tires in this lap. Yeah, the Porsche feels nice. Yeah, I saw it hit a groundhog. Destroyed that. Bro, it's so crazy how sensitive the underside of these F1 cars are, man. A groundhog can destroy your floor. It's crazy. That shows you how sensitive the aero is in this generation of car. What camera settings I use, I'll have to show you after, bro.
Lap 2:04.09.
I messed that up. Oh my God. I just had the worst sector of my life, lads. This is awful as well. Could do another lap and take pole. What do you reckon? Or at least try. Nope, we're not getting pole. Awful again. Christ. It's just not good enough. Fifth. It's just not good enough. What do we do now? Let's talk. Let's talk about ACC update. Good luck with that, mate.
Log building finished.
Do you know what? I actually wouldn't be surprised if they did update it, because AC Evo, brother, that's not it, mate. That's not it. Well, we've actually stumbled into a pretty strong field. So 2 Ferraris, 1 and 2. Ah, bro, I don't know what to do with the strategy, because
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
starting 6th. What should I do with the strategy, bro? Yeah, bro, ACC, bro. It's just, I almost feel like it's too late, bro. Like, I can't even go back to their way of driving, bro. I'll be real. Should we do the pit stop again? We try the pit stop again. I can't be that bad. No tire change this time. All right. You can try it.
Logging enabled.
I said no tire change this time. It's not going to work, but this race, I think this is a much faster field, so there's a chance that we could do the extra lap.
Formation lap has started.
See, look, if I follow what all these guys do, I'm not going to end up getting any different of a result. You know what I mean? Because these are all look like they're not changing tires. Where does the fun come in? I'm not even sure how good the Porsche is on tires now either.
Green flag, green flag.
Another guy got a poor start just like I did last race. Right. Made up some places, I guess.
8.82.
Oh, back end almost went on me. Not getting the car rotated through that corner. Oh my God. Yo, that was so close, bro.
That time was a 1:59.19.
Oh my days. Finally got the rotation. I haven't tried the Lexus properly yet, no. Done a few laps around here, but that was when it first came out, so.
Time 1:59.75.
That guy behind's got some straight line speed, man. The portion of the last sector, you're definitely hanging on to the thing.
That time was a 158.90.
We're actually losing time fighting. The last sector is scary in this Porsche, man. Leader's doing 58.7.
That's 159.65.
Oh my God, happened again. This Porsche, I think, for the whole race on these tires would be scary. I got a feeling this race might be 21 laps, you know. Oh, he almost loses it.
That's 200.17.
Cheers, man. I think I might be going down a gear too low. Some of these corners in the Porsche. I'm sure we're going to end up doing 21 laps. I'm sure. Oh, the snap.
Time 201.33.
I'm getting lucky with the traffic right now, I tell ya. Hitting lap 7. Yeah, probably before the traffic comes to get you. Actually, no, I'm not changing tires, bro. I'm doing all right.
159.78.
I'm doing all right on the old tire wear, man. Oh, God. I still can't understand why they're choosing to overtake on certain lines, man. That was shite.
Time
Yeah, guys, get them likes up, man. Get them likes up. Help your boy out in the old algorithm and that. Wow. Thing is, my tires don't feel bad, but what do I do, lads? Just fuck it out, no tires. All right.
That time was a 2:05.42.
I don't know whether I'd have been 12 seconds quicker though, because I don't feel like... I don't know. The thing is, like, if you run light and don't change tires, like running light's then kind of pointless, you know? Yeah, I kept the tires. The thing is, like, the only reason, like, when you run light, there's literally no point in not taking tires. That's kind of why I did it. You know what I mean? Because now I'm heavy, but just with the same age tire, so there's no benefit of the undercut, you know? It's like if you run light, you almost have to take tires. So when you're heavy, you're not losing lap time, you're still quicker. But now I've got the same age tires as the guys at the front, and I've got more fuel. Exactly, yeah. I would have lost 12 by changing tires, but I would have been much quicker. Come on, man. What are you doing? It's an awful lap.
That time was a 201.28.
Okay, at least that guy's got to drive through. Lovely. Oh my God, bro. Starting to feel the tire wear now, for sure.
Time 201.41.
That means a bunch of these guys changed tires. Now I'm gonna be the one getting hunted down. At least I think they changed tires. Yeah, some people have changed, for sure. Bro, look at this absolute idiot. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, like, it's literally You have to make sure these guys don't kill their own races. You gotta stay looking in the mirrors, otherwise, bro, they'll just literally just kill their own race.
Lap 2:02.11.
Guy's got another drive-through. Still doing 2-minute point threes, you know.
Time 2:02.37.
Oh, okay, I matched him. Yeah, the track's tricky, man. Bro, you lot get it together.
That time was a 2:01.12.
Yeah, I think we got the legs on the guy behind, to be honest. What are you doing? Do you know what bro? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna say something that's controversial, bro. I am. I know sim racing is for everybody, bro, but like, if you're not experienced, why jump in the highest skilled cars possible? You know? At least practice first. You see me, I've got way too much pride, bro. Like, I can't go online if I don't know what I'm doing. I couldn't. I could never. Like, when I played iRacing, bro, I did not go online until I had the track down and the car down, bro. I'm not about to be embarrassing myself and wiping people out and shit.
Lap 2:01.22.
I think after this race, I'll give you guys a little preview on the video that I'm gonna make tomorrow. Oh yeah, and the camera settings, don't worry, bro.
0.96.
What the, bro? What a fucking idiot. Right, so last lap. Again, I took 1 lap too much of fuel, but I don't think it mattered that much. That should be the last hypercar. What happened to that Ferrari we were racing, man? I have to say, pleasantly surprised by the Porsche, man. Not the best strategy, but podium. Podium. Yo, I definitely agree with that, man. Whackable, I definitely agree with that. The Porsche, the feeling of this car is just transformed, man. Feels so nice to drive.
Log building finished.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I don't know what happened to the guy in the thingamajig. Right, let me back out of this so I can show you my settings quick. That was, oh shit, Rory. I almost forgot, lad. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. You know what we do, lad? You know what we do when we get a podium? In fact, I actually forgot to do it in the last race. So it's podium celebration time, lads. It's podium celebration time. Beautiful. What were the tires? 74, 78, 81, 70. The tires were good, to be honest, man. The tires were good. I think it was natural wear. And if you look at the laps where we weren't getting overtaken by the hypers, pretty much the same pace as the leader. And so I'm not too displeased with that. Let me look at the replay quickly. Times. See what the leader was doing. I can't change it. Let me change card, buddy. Okay, so the leader was still very fast at the end. Leader was still very fast. 201, 2 minute point 1, 59.6. Valid lap 59.8, 201. Yeah, so he was a little quicker. I was doing these. I did like a 203 and stuff like that. So he was definitely quicker, but not massively. But I don't feel like Crowder was that much quicker. Yeah, he was doing similar lap times to me. So interesting. I think I probably could have got second if I just followed their strategy. But that wasn't as fun. Oh, wrong cam. My bad, lads. My bad. Show you guys quick. Yeah, that was my tires. And I just had to look at the replay, and the leader's lap times were probably about 3 tenths quicker than ours after the stop, so not too bad. I would have been better in the Lexus. Bro, honestly, there's one thing I like about the Porsche. The Porsche has got a lot of natural rotation, so when the tires go off, you don't really get the understeer. You just get the lack of grip, if you know what I mean. So you're just not as fast through the corners. You're not as fast out of the corners and stuff like that. But the car doesn't feel massively different. In the McLaren, when you lose the grip, it's like tons and tons of understeer. So you get much slower. Even though I can match the lap times that I can do in the Porsche and the McLaren, the tire wear for the McLaren, bro, the feeling of the car just completely dies when you don't change tires, which is my experience. So the Porsche is definitely a W. If there was a league race starting tomorrow, I would probably pick the Porsche. I can't lie. As all I'm hearing, a skill issue. No, I haven't. To be honest, I have not been in the Lexus like that to even know. Right, race result, breakdown. I did gain some points today. Plus 2.7. Happy days. Look at me. Platinum safety rank 3. Look at me. All clean and stuff. Right. Someone wanted my settings for in-car, which is probably tricky because I have my key binders on to zoom the camera in. But I think my FOV is set to 40, I think. Where is it? In here? Not in here, is it? Oh, where is it again? Sure, it's in graphics. What was in graphic? There it is. Vertical FOV 40. Vertical FOV is 40, and then I've got settings again. Controls, camera, keyboard. Then I've got my adjust seat position with my arrows on my keyboard. So use these to adjust the seat position in the car. I do like to put my camera quite far forward and up. Let me do it in a car that I haven't really used. Let me go in a Ferrari. So normally if I want to practice for something, we jump in, right, Ferrari. I'll just put this to heavy, not saturated, because saturated is more grip. Weather conditions, I believe this track temp was like 26, so I'll just do that. And yeah, take the tire warmers off. Boom. Cheers, Gas. What's going on, brother? Yeah, they got rid of slip angle, man. They got rid of slip angle, and it is quite harsh, particularly on the first day when I tried it and I wasn't changing setup whatsoever. Like, it was pretty brutal. But if you've got a setup on, then you're laughing. Yo, Errol.
Enabled.
So yeah, now my arrow keys. It's always, for me anyway, it's always, I like to go up and I push it quite forward. I don't necessarily need to see the dash for me. So I'll do all of this. I don't necessarily need to see my dash. So some people like it further back. I hate feeling like I'm sitting in the back seat of the car. So I like it to be pretty far forward, man. Yeah, I wasn't... The thing is, like, even now, with the patch, like, I honestly believe that the majority... I think it's going to be evenly split down the middle for the people that like it and people that don't, still to this point. Because if you take into consideration the people that maybe don't grind the way that I would, and I wouldn't even say I grind like I would back in the day, but for the people that don't grind and they just come in from work, it's certainly less accessible for those people, in my opinion. You know, people that don't have time to build a setup, that just want to get on for a daily race. And as well, you got to think now, the majority of people, when they go into one of these fixed races, everyone's just slapping on a setup. So if you've got no setups, bro, you're getting smoked. Like, it's that simple. The lap times I was able to achieve with no setup compared to tinkering it and making it safer and easier for myself to drive and more comfortable, bro, I was finding over a second because of how punishing it is to get it wrong on the fixed setups. So when you've got extra confidence, bro, you're just gonna find pure time. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you're someone who already had a smooth driving style and stuff like that, you're cool. But as I said, I'll give you guys a preview of what I was gonna do for tomorrow. Basically, I was just pretty much gonna show people that what I change in the setup to affect the car's balance to make it decently fast and drivable. Now, I don't know about the Ferrari because I haven't driven it yet, but in general, what I'm doing at the moment is, where's the wing? Let's see how far the wing is. So normally, wherever the wing is, I'm going down literally like one click sometimes. Then put the rear anti-roll bar soft, either go up on the front or leave it. Go to wheels and brakes. More time, might go down a couple clicks on the brake bias, more towards the rear. I'm leaving the anti-lock brakes. Sometimes, depending on the car, I'll go up on the preload. You know what I mean? Because you want the car to rotate, but you don't want it to kill you. And like sometimes, if you make it safe, or sometimes when you make it too safe, one, it's slow, and then when you get into a race and you start getting tire wear, it's too slow, bro. And then I'll show you the FOV again in a second. And then with this, honestly, bro, don't quite know why the front ride height's so high, but I've been running around 5.5. Put the packers down. This is gonna give you more front end, but then you have to balance it out with like rear ride height. So you go too crazy on the rear ride height, you're just gonna spin it out. So I just been messing with these. Generally, the stiffer you go on the front, the more understeer, the more safer it's gonna be. So I like to be like either like this on minimum, and I either put this one click up or two clicks up, depending on the car. If the car's really understeery, then I'll have these two much closer together, like 2-3 or 4-2 or whatever. But generally, in most cars, I've got this on 1. I'll have this on 2 or 3, or like 1 or 2 clicks up. Normally the ride height, like 5.5, depending on how stable the car is. If it's more stable, you can get away with running it lower. I think the BMW, I was lower than this. Generally, putting the packers at 1.5 around this track because I don't like the way the cars come off the curbs. And then you go up as much as you can on the rear ride height without the back end snapping. That's normally maybe 1 or 2 clicks, and then after that, done. Not doing no more than these few little changes, man. And this is pretty much on every car just to make it safe. But the trick is to get rotation without making the car lethal when you hit the brakes and when you're going through the fast corners. And Qatar is the perfect circuit to test it, because once you get to the last sector, if the car's not safe, bro, you're gonna know in the last sector. So for me at the moment, testing cars, Qatar for me is the best circuit to do it at. Maybe even somewhere like Spa, because you got Poulan, where you're kind of braking and coming off the brake gradually into a fast left-hander, and if the car's unbalanced, you instantly die there. So that is pretty much what I've been doing, you know, because sometimes on the default, like it just feels so unbalanced. So you're hitting the brakes and the back ends are swapping around. Again, on TC, it just depends what works for each car. Some cars you can get away with lower than others. Normally I'm around like 647. You saw what I was running in the last race, pretty much. Doing stuff like this. It's just trial and error with each car, man. I don't know how the Ferrari feels, so I can try it.
Enabled.
All right, Junior man, take care, bro. As I said, FOV is 40, and then just use the keybind to put your seat forward, back, up or down. I've got way too much fuel. My liveries are well, they're kind of, what do you mean copied? Like from somebody else, not from someone else. 5 o'clock in the States. Ooh. Oh my, see? Then you already know. Just from that, I already
Log
know
building
setup's not gonna work, bro. I could already tell. Probably go up on Packers. Go back to what it was. Ride height. Even the TC felt pretty, the traction felt pretty poor. Let me put the fuel down a bit. I noticed as well, some of the other cars are running way more camber around Qatar, like way more. Interesting. Do you know what? I just did mine in Photoshop, bro, because, bro. Blender's, because I don't use Blender often, it's one of those ones where I have to remember how to use it again. So I'll get my cousin to show me all over again. I just can't be asked. So I just quickly did it in Photoshop with the pen tool. But, yeah. What the livery that I tried to come up with didn't come out as well on one of the other cars, so I never saved it. I know, that's why I'm not fussed on doing the driver swap straight away, because I presume there's probably going to be some teething problems. And I ain't trying to sit down practicing for a race to have problems, you know? 24 hours of Spa is going to be nuts. And I need to do a tips video as well, bro. Nah, bro. Them, listen, even a 3.3 hour race, because of the way how the strategy and because of the way how the virtual energy works out, it's quite a lot of stints, bro. And that's like 5 stints. Because the fuel only takes you to like 52 minutes, 53 minutes. So that's like four, maybe even 5 stints, bro. Yeah, 50 minutes in single player race, but like there's so much strategy involved. It depends if you've done an endurance race before, but I advise you lot to go and watch the VMS endurance races, the ones that are 2 hours, 40 minutes, bro. When you realize how much strategy is involved in those races, bro, like it's not as straightforward as people think. Like people don't just do 50, then 50, then 50. No, bro. They're doing all sorts of different strategies. So you can't even get your head around what other people are doing. Like, because they actually work it out before the race. I remember Jerne Simičić, was it Spa? Man just did some mad strategy and ended up winning, bro. And then Prenter, that was one where Prenter ran out on the last lap. Ran out of fuel on the last lap. He's about to win. .2 hour Le Mans. Damn. What did you guys think of the Le Mans race anyway? And also, what we haven't done as well, we haven't actually, I'm supposed to do a review video on the update, the Le Mans future update, should we say? So we can watch that. I'm sure you've all seen this by now anyway. Sure you've all seen this by now. Put it down a bit.
Welcome to a very special update on the future of Le Mans Ultimate. As of the release of this video, we have just launched our 5th major update.
I didn't want Ferrari to win either.
Delivering the first iteration of driver swaps, teams and custom liveries, amongst others. It's been an incredible journey for both our company and our latest racing simulator, Le Mans Ultimate. So let's take a look back at what we achieved. On release in February 2024, as promised, you had access to all the 2023 centenary year of Le Mans content. 7 extraordinary hypercars, the lone LMP2 Oreca 07 and 4 GTE monsters, along with the 7 circuits from that year forming the base game content. Since that initial release, including the most recent update, we have delivered 5 major releases, 10 significant patches and 24...
Who's watching the Aston?
Not only that, but we also added the 2024 WEC season, which meant an additional 4 circuits, 4 hypercars and 7 LMU.
You couldn't steal my idea, Jay. I'm too much of an artist, mate.
Season packs with the BMW M Hybrid
too much of an artist, man.
And both the McLaren 720S and Ford Mustang LMGT3 cars added for free to all users, meaning everyone had the chance to participate in all classes. With the 2024 packs, there are now 11 unique locations with 21 layout variations for greater variety. From a code standpoint, we
he's watching in car 51.
Improving stability.
But I knew Ferrari were going to win.
Ideal for everyone at launch.
The BOP sucks, bro. In WEC, it's actually terrible.
4 times higher of that experience for some of you at launch. There have been quite a lot of features added, many of which were suggested to us by you, the community on our forum pages. Just to name a few of the major ones: the racing radar, innovative and collaborative co-op mode, hosted servers, broadcast overlays, online championships, and finally we have delivered first iterations of teams, driver swaps and livery editing in this year's June update. It's not only been hard work, however. We have been incredibly proud seeing so many enjoy this title.
We're going to get into F1 after this, bro. It's only another 4 minutes.
We haven't had the financial...
We'll have a little 10-minute F1 talk after.
And so we want to say thank you for bringing the magic of Le Mans to all of your friends and communities. We've seen streamers forget which console they are playing and making contact in the pit lane. There have been amazing moments when you push your virtual energy just a little bit too far. And there have been incredible moments of triumph, which is what the spirit of Le Mans is all about. The celebration of human effort and sporting endeavour in challenging circumstances.
Man like Masoud.
It's time to stand up and remove the early access badge. We can't stand behind that forever. It's time to talk definitive roadmap, and for that, it's our pleasure to announce that we will be
Bro, Caddy just died in that race, bro.
Full release
just
on
destroyed,
22nd
like,
of
first
July
lap.
2025. This
I
will
wanted
be a
Porsche to
more
win,
rounded
to be fair.
version of our June update, but with some very important and exciting content as well. The last time the Mercedes three-pointed star was seen taken to the track in Le Mans was 1999, but they are back. And you too will be able to get behind the wheel of the beautiful Mercedes.
Bro, you just know this car is going to sound so mean. You know what I mean? Like, you know they're going to have the sound for this car just on point, bro.
AMG LMGT3 Evo very soon. The incredible look and sounds of the Aston Martin Valkyrie will be yours soon as well. Modified from the road-going car designed by the legendary Adrian Newey, the Valkyrie has captured the hearts
This
and
video was a few days old now.
of the motorsport fan base ever since it took to the track this year.
Like 4 days
That
ago.
mighty 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12 will be screaming in your ear
Jeez.
canals as part of this coming update. Both of these cars will be available for free for all users as part of the
You hear that? For free, brother. Free.
base game in this update. Not only that, but we will be adding all of the 2025 liveries free of charge to the game as well. Thank you for supporting this game on our journey to our full release version 1.0. We didn't say we were finished with development yet. There are quite a few things we want to add or resolve
that.
to the game after
But a Newey cars took a lot of championships off of Hamilton and Schumacher, bro. You know what I mean? When you actually think about it, Newey's cars took a lot of championships. Like, arguably, we could talk about the drivers, but realistically, Newey is the real GOAT of F1, bro. He's won more than everybody else. Like, no one's come close to that guy. He has won more than everybody else, bro. Like, had Schumacher jumped in Newey cars earlier, bro, it would have been over with. Over.
transitioning to a full release. We will be continuing.
Whoa. We're not having any of that Newey slander. He didn't take a life, brother. You know what I mean? The car broke, cars break all the time, mate. It's how it goes. Because, listen, the thing with Senna's crashes, bro, if you watched F1 before that, bro, do you know how many people crashed at that corner and luckily survived it, bro? Gerhard Berger had a massive crash at the same corner and almost died. You know what I mean? I mean, they tried to take him to court over it. Never got found guilty. He's innocent, mate. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, Damon Hill was driving that car. He survived it. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. Unfortunately, even though it's very, very sad what happened to Senna. And it's sadder because he was the face of the sport. Do you know what I mean? But, bro, in F1, especially back then in this sport, bro, listen, it's part of the game, bro. It was part of the game. These guys were risking it, like, different level. It was a different level of risk back then. Like think of it, Tamburello is a flat out corner with a wall next to it. What? Exactly. Like, bro, they had a wall next to a flat out left-hander. Gerhard Berger had a massive crash there, like 2 years or a year before that. Same corner, but he went off slightly earlier. You know what I mean? Like, bro, the warnings were already there. And like someone like Roland Ratzenberger died the day before in quali. In practice, Rubens Barrichello could have died. They had all the warnings that weekend. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? They had all the warnings that weekend, bro.
Work on increasing stability. In particular,
Yep.
we know we will need to refine the latest features that have had less time for feedback from the community.
Two
But allow
lives,
me
bro.
to
Almost free.
introduce one new feature that we are confirming to be in development. We are working on a single player.
Yeah, I know.
career
That's
mode
what's
for the
sad
title.
about it, bro.
It is early days and we have a long way to go, but we're excited to challenge our team with a feature like this. Including driver swaps between you and your teammates, you will take on a role within a team, increase or lose driver rating.
You know what? Single player mode or career mode might not be too bad for content, you know? Because the one thing I'll say about the LMU AI is you can make them literally fast. So you're actually battling these guys. You know what I mean? So it might not be too bad.
Points and be offered seats in relevant teams and cars as a consequence based on what happens on track. We hope you enjoy these early pre-production screens of how this feature is shaping up. Things may change, but we currently expect this to be delivered in Q1 of 2026 and hope you'll be suitably excited for the future of a feature like this in Le Mans Ultimate. This won't be the only new feature we bring to the title, but let's save a little mystery for now. We read all of the commentary online about how there are other sports car series
Yeah,
which
for
could
sure.
provide amazing content opportunities.
Massive
for
on
our
console,
titles.
if that happens.
Well, we couldn't agree more. The first of these, just roll the trailer. It speaks for itself.
Notice he said the first of these, bro.
Chapter of the European Le Mans Series. And third, fourth, and fifth right.
It was side-to-side contact with Absolute Racing, and then the 60 goes by.
Down the inside on the brake.
Right the act, such a useless manoeuvre. And Ricon's going there too.
Jeez.
Well, there you have it. We're excited for the future of Le Mans Ultimate and hope you are too.
Yep.
Thanks to all of you, truly, once again, for your support and the trust you've shown in us during this early access period.
Man said miles,
And if there's
me
anything I
dials.
want you to take away from this, it's not the end of Le Mans Ultimate development, just the beginning of a new chapter. See you on track.
I mean, I think he spoke about Insta stuff on the Overtake GG podcast thingy, and I'm not too sure if that's going to happen, but I know, yeah, if they're bringing the European series, they must bring the Asian series at some point. And to me, that's what ultimately I would be looking forward to, because as much as we're getting 3 new tracks here, which is great, I'm happy. Paul Ricard, Barcelona, Silverstone. I love Paul Ricard, bro. I think Paul Ricard is a great track for racing. We've seen it on ACC, one of the better tracks for racing. But the Asia Pack, bro, is literally 3 circuits that I like. If we get IMSA after that, I'll take it all day. But the Asia Pack to have Malaysia, Dubai Autodrome, and Yas Marina, bro. Like, quality tracks, bro. Quality tracks. Well, I feel like this game has definitely boosted their reputation now, you know? Their reputation took a little bit of a hit, but right about now, it seems like they're going from strength to strength. You know what I mean? Long Beach would be dope. You're fast in the tracks you hate, makes no sense. Yeah, Silverstone would be good. Bro, listen, this is what competition in sim racing does, but in general, it makes the whole spectrum better. You know what I mean? It makes the whole sim racing community in totality better. It gives more options, and it makes people step up. So yeah, we'll definitely have the updated track layouts, bro, for sure. Yeah, Barca final corner will be amazing. Paul Ricard, I think they do the chicane in Paul down the Mistral Straight. I believe. I'm sure they do that. I'm sure they do the chicane. Yeah. I think it'll be just normal Paul Ricard with the chicane. And the pit entry is different now. The pit entry is before the last corner at Paul Ricard. Instead of going around the last corner and then going right, I believe. Well, it was for the F1 anyway. Yeah. When F1 was doing it, they changed the pit entry to you go in at the that long right hander, the penultimate corner. You go to the right there, and there's a pit entry there. So that'll be interesting, man. That will be interesting. But listen, these lot are doing what it took ACC like 4 years to do, and it's quick. You know what I mean? Like and they're keeping us up to date, and they're letting us know like what's happening. So we've always got something to look forward to. I feel like with ACC they just stopped livery. These are my liveries right now, mate. I don't know why it doesn't let me go view in the showroom. I can't view it in the showroom for some reason. That's my livery. I wish I could show you up close. Actually, did I take it? I think I took a picture, bro. I think. Let me see. I'll take a picture. No, I didn't. Fuck. Thought I did. I didn't take a picture. What the hell? No picture, bro. Sad. Well, the color design is the same as what I did for ACC when I did the Performance Unleashed livery. Remember, I had that. Let me show. I think I still got that. Where is it? Can I find it or not? I can't remember the ACC folder for liveries. Dun, dun, dun. 760. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Damn, I've got a lot of ACC pictures, bro. Wow. Okay. I didn't know I had this many screen grabs on ACC. Oh my god. How am I supposed to find it anywhere? Okay, there's one. Yeah, I had this livery in ACC, but I had it in white and I had it in black with the green, you know? Yeah, I had it in white and green and black and green. So I always do that. But oops, shit. Well, let me see if I can find the white one. Or find it from a better angle. Because you can't really see shit. Okay. This is the white one. I had this. So I had basically this was exactly the same, but I just had it in white and black. You know, so I always kind of do that. And then I got a bunch of stickers in my images so that I can just put on the car, you know. But I don't know, this time, I don't know what to do with deliveries, man. I remember I had the Had the Bentley one as well. The Bentley one was like pretty straightforward. Let's see if I can find one of the Bentley images. The Bentley one was easy. I can find the picture. Why is my images so small, bro? Make it a bit bigger. Okay. See if I can find an image of the Bentley or not. This was basic. This was super basic, bro. I mean, I'd done this livery. But this was very, 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 very easy. Literally, whole car in yellow, slap camel on it, couple stickers, jobs are good 'un. But it looked good. It looked good. That's all that mattered. You know what I mean? But man, this car right here was just my favorite car for so long. 1 minute 40s in Monza, bro. I wish. This car, bro, this car was just, it was just so good at one point on ACC, bro. So good, and then it just wasn't. At least it was like really nice to drive, like exceedingly good to drive. But I don't know, man. The feeling just, I feel like with the last ACC patch, the game just took a step back. The Bentley was just mint. I tell you what, with the Bentley as well, it's like you always felt like a bully. You always felt like a bully because the car was so big, bro. Yeah, setups are cooked, bro. I wouldn't even. It's pointless buying setups in ACC. Literally the most pointless thing in the world. Everyone's literally selling the exact same setup. We all know the secret, bro. Waste of time making setups in that game. It takes you about 15 minutes to make a full setup on ACC. If you want to go like really, really accurate, but no time at all. It used to be a proper, you used to have to get it down and proper work the car out to make a good setup, man. But now it's just, yeah, me too, man. Right hand drive, bro. I remember. Bro, I don't want to have to back out some of the good old times in that Bentley, bro. Where's my bro, I loved the Bentley. Absolutely loved it. Let me find my playlists. Let me look. Go back a long way though. Even I remember like early on when we was doing like driver swap races and bro, so good. Let me see if I can find it, bro. It was the Bentley at Silverstone. Yo, we had that thing moving in one of the endurance races, bro. We had that car so fast. It was insane. And like we had it fast, but the tire wear was amazing. So at the time at Silverstone, the McLaren was well faster than anything else. Like it wasn't even close. But then at the end of the stints, the tire wear on the Bentley was so good that we would come back at them. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I don't know, man. It feels like they just literally just ruined the game. Where is it? Where is it? Full record. This is proper early days, I think. You know what's funny as well? When you go back to the early days of ACC, you can tell when it was before the direct drives came in because, like, some people were just nowhere near as quick as they were afterwards, bro. Like, the speed that some people picked up. Let me see if I can find. What race was it? Lap comparison. Oh, this is when I compared mine and Jadia's lap at Silverstone. Sure, it was after this sometime. Let me try and, bro, I can't find it. Might have been in live. Wow. Can't seem to find it. Endurance race, Spa. Fun races. Why can I not find the Silverstone race, bro? Oh, can't find it. Can't seem to find it, bro. Yeah, it was before LFM or anything like that. Dow can kill people on lap 1. I remember when Jardia killed everyone on lap 1 at Nürburgring. That was funny. That was actually hilarious, bro. ACC 90-minute social race. This is like the first seasons of AOR and everything, bro. Literally. AOR Paul Ricard. Yep, I can't find it. I cannot find it, bro. Honestly. Bro, you haven't been around in ACC unless you was here when the BMW M6 was completely broken, bro. That's when you're a true ACC demon, bro. If you was around when the M6 was broken, yo. Oh my God. The M6, bro, the first couple of months, yo, that car was crazy fast. Like, it had some broken acceleration, bro. Bro, the M6 at the beginning, when you could do like 52s at Nürburgring when the game first came out, like, the M6 was a joke. I remember when I had that goated wet setup, bro. Oh my God. See, I miss days like that where you can work something out and it's like no one else knew. Like, no one else knew what I had done to that car to get it so fast. And bearing in mind, back in the day, the Lambo was atrocious in the wet. The Lambo was one of the hardest cars to drive in the wet, and I figured out a setup and it was a joke. Where is it, bro? There's one race that we did. I got pole by like a second. Let's see if I can find it, bro. Man. That was fun. Where is it? It was at Kyalami as well. But I feel like, you know what? I don't know. Let me look for my channel properly because I feel like I can't even see half of these videos, bro. I'm gonna have to go back in time. Back in time. Videos. A lot of LMU. Let's get back to some ACC stuff. Man, we played ACC for a long ass time, bro. I can't lie. Look, then I was even trying Rensport. Sorry, guys, you can't see. Yeah. Even who's in the stream, man. I'm glad they do things like that. I'm glad they get into the stream, they see what the community's saying. Like, they look at the feedback and stuff, like they're actively involved, bro. So I like stuff like that. Because it means that they're invested in their product enough to know, or enough to want to see what people's general opinion is, you know? That's pretty cool. I only knew after. I didn't know at the time who he was, but I knew after that was him. All right, let's go back. How far are we going back, bro? Look when I was doing setup videos for people all the time. World Tour. Where is it, bro? Oh, this was it. This was the lap that I wanted to show you. Look. Oh my god. Let's have a look at this first.
Don't waste your time scrolling through endless.
I'll leave it out. Why am I getting adverts on my own videos, bro? Forward this stuff. Forward it. Oh, the Bentley was good. How far do you see P cars, bro? That's years, brother. This car was so good, bro. But even this game, when you think about it, had quite a bit of slip angle. Because now, even then, I'm scrubbing tires, you know? But at this point, this was my favorite time of ACC in terms of like physics and the way how the game felt. This was my favorite time. But then we started getting like the 0 TC meta, the damper tricks. We got, fun fact. You see this right here? This is, how old is this video, bro? 4 years ago, yeah? We were doing the toe trick on this setup 4 years ago, way before it became popular, bro. Like, we were running negative toe, like, back then. You know what I mean? Before people even knew about negative toe. That's it, bro. Like, that's how much we used to grind the game. We were doing stuff that no one was even thinking about, bro. And then negative toe became a thing after patch 1.8, 1.9, whatever it was. We were doing it like ages before that, bro. Alright, let's go back, see if I can find oh, hurry up, man. Oh my god, go all the way back down again. But in the real world, they only briefly turn off traction in perfect conditions for certain corners in quali in the real world. They don't just drive around with no TC everywhere. You know what I mean? Like what we were doing, or like what became fast on ACC, you know what I mean? Let's go back. What was I even looking for again? I forgot. Forgot what I was even looking for, bro. I'm gonna keep scrolling until something pops into my head. This Bentley's just it just looks like a monster. Oh, this is it, the insane wet lap. Here you go.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged to Table Knives.
Yeah, these men are running 0 TC and wet.
To shave you the hot lap, and I'm ready. It is.
I'm muting it. I can't listen to myself talk. I'm muting it. You know what I mean, bro? Whoever knows, this car,
you can see a lot of short shifting.
this car in the wet was so hard, bro.
Run the traction quite low, despite the conditions. conditions, which I think that's what helps get a lot of.
See, like this is when ACC, when we used to do flooded conditions, bro. This is the one thing I'll give ACC. Flooded conditions is a genuine challenge, bro. Like, genuinely hard. Like, literally, aquaplaning down the straight, all of that stuff. That's the only thing I'll say you don't get that on other games, bro. When you were doing, like, real heavy rain on ACC, back before everyone started chickening out and putting it to light rain all the time, bro, yo, scary. Bro, it used to get scary when you used to do heavy wet conditions, bro.
Of lap time in the wet is, you know, being able to run the track.
You'd have to run your TC high in the wet back then. So the fact I was running it on 4, I was just gaining pure lap time, man.
As low as you possibly can without making it super duper.
Let's just get to the end. Let's just get to the end, because I cooked in this lap. Couldn't see shit. Could not see nothing. Look at the lap time, lads. I was doing bits. No one would dare take a Lambo. I was cooking back then. Like I said, bro, like, look at a lot of people's lap times, bro, before the direct drive rules came in, bro. Some people, they weren't there on pace, I'm telling you. They weren't there. I can even go back to, like, early AOR seasons, bro. You'll see a lot of people, the difference in pace is crazy. Like, if I go back to the first seasons of AOR, the guys who are at the front now, yeah, nah. It was completely different, bro. Like, I remember when the fastest guys was Noble, Cassini, who else? There was that period where Hartfeld, Tarek Adam was decently fast as well. What's the other guy? Oh, I can't remember. There's a couple other guys in the Porsche that were, like, just rapid. That's when the Porsche was, like, seriously OP, bro. Man, them early days, boy. Them early ACC days, boy. Insane, insane. But look, for its time, ACC was great. But it's a shame about they just did not fulfill what they should have, in my point. But look, I've gone on talking for too long. Let's cover F1 quickly, as I said we would, until we get to 11 o'clock. So 10 minutes. Yeah. Tell me what you guys thought of the Canadian Grand Prix. I know Lando Norris is finna get it. Tell me what you guys think. I know what I think. I think Lando, he's cooked. And it's weird because there's mental fragility, but then I personally feel like Lando's mental fragility doesn't make sense. George Russell's good, bro. Like, man, bro, he got underrated a lot. He got underrated a lot, and he got a lot of slack for no reason, bro. Because he's actually good. Like, I don't get why people don't like Russell. He's generally a good driver. For me, Russell, top 5. Yeah, he beat Norris in F2. Yeah, like, I feel, look, this is what I don't get about Norris, yeah? Generally, mental fragility comes from having a teammate that is just quicker than you. So, like, when you just can't beat your teammate, he's just faster, then I can understand, like, how you can mentally start to break down eventually. But if you look at race pace, a lot of the time, he kind of edges Piastri, but he doesn't. He puts himself at a place of disadvantage. I think because last season he absolutely smashed Piastri, he thought that this season was going to be the same, but Piastri's closed the gap to him, so it's a much more competitive season, and now he's under pressure to perform. Now he's got the car, and he has to back all these talk that he had for everybody else, and he can't do it under pressure, bro. Yeah, I have the same top 5, but just in a different order. Like right now, I still think that Hamilton is probably mentally stronger than Lando. Hamilton's a weird one because I don't know where this guy's at, bro. I don't know whether this guy is literally just past it or what. No, I'm not sure. But the top 5 for me, Verstappen number 1. I still kind of think Leclerc's number 2, you know. I can't lie. I don't think Piastri's better than Leclerc. I mean, I do not think Piastri's better than Leclerc. Like honestly, I always bring it down to this, bro. I feel like 2 things. If everybody had the exact same car, do I think Piastri is faster than Leclerc? No. I'm not even sure Piastri is faster than Norris. You know what I mean? I just think that Norris can't race, so he always messes up. He can't handle pressure. But on pure and utter speed, like, put it this way, right? Like this. If it was a race from A to B, you're not racing anybody. You just got to do 70 laps or 60 laps by yourself. The fastest from start to finish, over 60 laps. I feel like Lando would be in front of Piastri. But it's the bits in between where, to me, Lando don't have it and Piastri does, man. Listen, like with Leclerc, it's very, look, just look at every driver over the last 10, 15 years with Ferrari, bro. Like, Ferrari push you to the absolute edge. Leclerc drives that car on the edge because that's the only way he can get the pace out of it. If you don't drive the Ferrari on the edge, you get smoked. You know what I mean? That's the difference between why Leclerc has these accidents, bro. If Leclerc was in a car like the 2023 Red Bull or even the Ferrari in 2018, Leclerc would have been a problem, bro. A car that generally has grip, has good rear end, stable car, and is fast. Most of Ferrari's cars that have been fast that Leclerc's driven, they're either not that great on the race or the car's extremely edgy. Even that's why Hamilton's struggling with it now. The car's edgy, and Leclerc can drive it on the edge, and that's why look at, bro. I know he made a mistake in quali, bro. He had the fastest first sector. He was 3 tenths up on Hamilton just in the first sector alone. You know what I mean? He was ringing that thing at Canada. You know what I mean? Exactly. Leclerc gets everything out of the Ferrari, and sometimes he has to crash. That's how it goes, man. Yeah, I feel like the same way with Lando. Like, you know what I mean? Lando, even if he doesn't get pole, like, not missing out on pole position to your teammates, not a big deal. It happens with everyone. But every time, like, at the start, if he's starting second, Max always jumps this guy. And then it takes him too long to get past Max because he doesn't know how to race him, because he doesn't know how to race wheel to wheel. By that time, Piastri's got a 7-second lead and the race is over. And if you look at it, most of the time, once Lando does get past Max, he closes the gap. You know what I mean? So I feel like on out-and-out pace, Lando is still quicker. But he just can't race, bro. Bro, generally, I don't think Piastri is better at anything than Leclerc. I don't think he's quicker in quali, and I don't feel like in a race trim, if they had equal status cars, I don't feel like Piastri would beat Leclerc, bro. I don't. Leclerc is rapid. He's faster than, I think Leclerc is way faster than people actually think. I don't feel like he's as consistent as Max, but I feel like he's got that type of speed, bro. Piastri's a good defender, good at wheel to wheel, but so is Leclerc. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at it over the past, since Max has come into F1, bro, Leclerc is the one guy that has raced this guy will to will, gets aggressive with him, and you notice Max never deals with Leclerc how he dealt with Norris, how he dealt with Hamilton. Never. He can't. He did it once at Austria, and the next race, bro, he could not get past Leclerc. You know what I mean? So like, I always feel like Leclerc, he's got it, bro. He just to me, he needs to leave Ferrari, bro. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, guys. Piastri is in a team where he can keep calm. You can't judge any of those drivers until they've driven in the pressure cooker that's Ferrari, bro. When you're not getting the right information from your team, when you have to constantly question the strategy, you know what I mean? Let's see Piastri in that element. You know what I mean? To me, there's no way anyone could tell me that Piastri's the same level as Leclerc when Piastri's only performed for the 9 races we've seen this season, bro. He got smoked last season. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not doing that, bro. Leclerc's been too fast for too long. You know what I mean? Like, if I see Piastri in the pressure cooker environment like Ferrari, with the stupid radio messages and all sorts of bad strategies, then we can say, yeah. If he comes out dealing with that, how many drivers have come out? Vettel ended up failing ultimately. Alonso ended up failing ultimately. You know what I mean? Raikkonen had one good year, failed afterwards. Bro, Hamilton's not doing great. Bro, they're cooked. Yeah, bro. My advice, and I love Ferrari, but the F1 side of things, like, I've stopped having that sincere feeling towards them since probably like 2009, bro. I was just like, once the Schumacher era was done, I was like, these lot ain't serious anymore, bro. They're just not serious, man. Ferrari's garage is just, they need to diversify the whole team, you know, not make it so patriotic. And I believe that they could possibly go back to doing well. But I said it before, their biggest mistake is not signing Newey, bro. I'll tell you again. I'll tell you 1,000,000 times over. They should have signed Newey. If you look at their last successful period, they pretty much took all the successful people from other teams, bro. It didn't matter what nationality they were. They should have signed Newey. Simple as. They thought they were just going to sign Hamilton and everything was just going to work. I already knew. Bro, listen. If you go back, I told you, lot, Hamilton is going to struggle to get anywhere near Leclerc at this stage of his career. Newey was interested, bro. They just did not offer him what he wanted. They wouldn't agree to his terms, bro. But I knew he would have went there. Knew he would have went there. His wife was liking posts of Italy and all sorts, bro. He would have went. The only reason why they didn't get him is because they wouldn't agree to the terms where he wanted to bring in his own people into the team, bro. He was, I'm telling you. You know what I mean? There was a good chance he was going to go Ferrari. Man said that, bro. Hamilton's had a good sprint race, bro. You ain't doing that one on me, bro. You're not doing that one. I've seen one good sprint race in China. I've seen nothing else, man. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Bro, we're not doing Miami, bro. See, this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like, bro. Miami. He was getting smoked. You know what I mean? He had the soft tires on. Again, like, if you look at results or points or whatever, cool. I look at the actual race. Take away the safety car, he would have got smoked. Like, we're not doing that. You know what I mean? We're not doing that. It was a good result at the end and nah, bro. Like, take the safety car out of it. He was well behind, bro. It was the same with Bahrain. It was the same with flipping Australia. It was the same with all the... In fact, majority of races this season, we've had a safety car. So most of the time he's been getting obliterated, bro. And then the races where we haven't had a safety car, that's where there's been a lot more media talk because they're seeing the gaps 20 seconds, 25 seconds. At Monaco is like 50 seconds to your teammate at Monaco. Huh? 50 seconds, bro. At Saudi, it was almost like 30. Barcelona, it was 20, 25, bro. Whatever the gaps are massive, bro. I expected the gap to be bigger Australia when it was wet and that. Before the safety car came out, even that was a good 18 seconds or whatever it was, bro. What was the race where he got a free pit stop and ended up finishing in front? Was it Imola? Even at Imola, he was getting smoked. He was 15, Leclerc had almost made a pit stop and caught him back, and then the safety car came out. So, I'm not saying any of these races are good races, bro, because they're not. If your safety car is saving your race, bro, you haven't had a good race. You've had a good period with a safety car. That's the reality. But deep down in yourself, you're going to know that you didn't have the pace. You know what I mean? So he's had a good sprint race at China. No other race this season can I say, yep, good race. Nah, man. A good race is when you're genuinely faster than your teammate and you've got the maximum amount of your car. That's a good race, bro. Yeah, that's probably about the only thing they're doing right. But then again, bro, Ferrari just, I don't know, man. They had a decent car at the end of last season. Why completely and utterly change it, bro? Just stupid. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Hamilton still says he's in the sport for the long haul. That's what he said the other day, but I can tell you this, mate. If we don't improve the Ferrari, that long haul is not going to be in red because they will replace him, brother. You know what I mean? He literally has to start. I at least expected him to be where Sainz was, but bro, you can't constantly be 20 plus seconds behind your teammate. You know what I mean? That can't work. That's how far Stroll finishes behind Alonso, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, but leave and go where? I mean, think about it, to completely change your suspension in the last year of the regs, to completely change your car in the last year of the regs, you've got to be sick. Because it's going to take you even longer to learn the car that you have underneath you. So that means you're going to have to go further into the season trying to work bits out. But 2026, there's a regs change, so you should already be switching focus, bro. But they can't because they got to work out this car. They're just stupid, bro. Aston Martin, maybe, but you're going to have to be quick because between end of this season and the season after, you know? But what Aston going to have? A combined driver age of 98. Alonso and Hamilton. Jesus Christ, bro. Now, I reckon Lance will leave soon, man, because he doesn't even look like he even cares anymore, bro. I feel like his dad kind of forced him to be there. I feel like he doesn't even want to. You know what I mean? I feel like he's not even really invested in it anymore. Lance genuinely looks like he just doesn't give a shit. Oh, man. I don't know, bro. But I'll be real, me personally, just waiting for a new car, but I don't agree with none of that, bro. I used to think, yeah, Hamilton just doesn't, he's not asked because the car's not fast, but I don't believe no man's ego will just allow themselves to get slammed week in, week out just because they don't have the best car. Like, nah. Not when you're a racer, bro. You might act like that outside the car. Might act like the results ain't that important because it's not for a championship. It's bullshit, bro. It's bullshit. Ain't no way any driver enjoys getting slammed by their teammate week in, week out. No chance. Yeah, that's because Daniel Kvyat wasn't actually that slow. He was decent. Oh, Lance is waiting. Nah, bro. That ain't, bro. It doesn't matter what car that guy's got, bro. I tell you what, he'll be good on the tracks that he's good at and in certain conditions, but the rest of the year around, he'll just be a fuck up, you know? But let's see. Next season, I can see Aston probably being maybe a top 3 team. I don't feel like they'll go straight to the top straight away. I feel like it'll take them a little while, but I can see them. I think they'll be ahead of Red Bull. I think they might even be ahead of Ferrari, bro. I think it's going to be literally Mercedes, McLaren, Aston, Ferrari, Red Bull. Bro, listen, man. If Lewis Hamilton saw something that was positive, bro, I don't know. Yeah, he saw something was positive. He saw the progression they made in 2024 and thought they were going to carry it forward, and they changed the whole car. That's what Hamilton saw. You know what I mean? And now he's starting to figure out, like, oh yeah, Ferrari, they really are cursed, bro. Yeah, I think Red Bull are going to be massively struggling in 2026. I believe they're going to be out of the top. I believe the top 5 teams, as I said, Mercedes, McLaren, Aston, Ferrari, and I think Red Bull will be like 5th, bro. Genuinely. And 5th is basically fighting for 9th and 10th every race, pretty much. For like, look at the pressure that what's his name, Fred Vasseur's under now. Bro, you know, I said all this like a few months back. I said that if Ferrari don't get their act together, by the time the end of 2026 comes, Fred Vasseur will be gone, mate. Look at, he's under pressure already. I didn't even think he'll be this early, bro. He's under pressure already. Yeah, bro, you can tell Toto wants Max, bro. You can tell. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell he wants Max, bro. It's so obvious because genuinely, George Russell has done everything to get a contract. The fact that they're even keeping Antonelli over Russell, even that's insane. Because I genuinely think Antonelli's good, he's cool, but do I think he's going to be any better than Russell? Not really. I haven't seen anything like, yo, this guy's going to be out of this world. He just seems like he's, you know, he's going to be very good. Maybe like a Piastri level or something, but I wouldn't replace Kimi Antonelli. I wouldn't replace Russell with Kimi if I had a choice. You know what I mean? He's decently quick. Race pace not quite there, in my opinion. But that normally happens at the start because of the way how the Pirelli tyres are, so I'll give him that. Piastri struggled with the tyres a lot as well in the beginning, but he's got pace, but I don't feel like he's anything special or anything above what Russell is. So the fact that they're not renewing Russell's contract tells you the only person that you're probably going to hold out for is Max. That's who I would hold out for. Yeah, bro, listen. When people were saying that the car's designed for Max and all of that bullshit, I'm like, bro, I don't care who the car's designed for. If your teammate can't even finish in the points, bro, and you're fighting for wins, you know what I mean? Like, you can't take the shine off of that, bro. You know what I mean? There's generally twice this season his teammate has qualified dead last, and he's like on the front row. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've never seen that before. You've never seen one car on the front row, the other car on the last row, and it's genuine pace. It's crazy. And the last like 5-6 years, we've seen him like lap his teammates, bro. You don't really see this stuff anymore, bro. So whatever he's getting out of that car is insane, bro. No Williams. I forgot about Williams, bro. Bro, Williams might even be ahead of Red Bull next season. I can't lie to you. Williams have done very well. I would like to see just more consistency in the running of the team during the race weekends, because they always show a lot of potential in practice and it always seems to just fall at the last minute. But hopefully they do come good, because they're a historic team, man. I'd like to see Williams do well. And I could genuinely see a world where they are quicker than Red Bull next season. Bro, if you actually look here, because obviously I watch practice, but I'm a bit of a nerd like this, so I will watch practice, but I'll also have the deltas up of the telemetry for the session as well. And if you look what Max is doing, bro, you can tell what he does with the setup. Man just backs off the wing, fast down the straights, and just survives it in the corners, bro. That's why his teammates cannot do it. Because they need to add the downforce, but it just makes them slow. And it makes the car mad understeery. Max backs off the wing, makes it super twitchy, fast down the straight, and somehow just holds on with the tires, bro. You can even see it in the race. At the start of the stints, when the tires were fresh, he was as fast as Russell. But because he's running so much less downforce, bro, his tires go off and he's then hanging on to the position. But somehow he just manages to do it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, Max is genuinely a career ender. Don't go against that guy unless you want to end your career, innit? Because if you've got a car that's particularly... if there's a car that was nice to drive, then I believe other top drivers would really be able to take it to him. You know what I mean? Like, top drivers in a car that was very easy to drive, they could take it to Max, innit? But if the car's a piece of shit and twitchy and hard, they're getting smoked. That's the difference, bro. And I'll give Leclerc his props. He's got that as well, but only difference is he's more mistake prone than Max is, but he can drive a difficult car also. Hamilton even said it, that it's impressive to see, what race is it? I can't remember, it might have been Bahrain. He said it's impressive to see how Charles Leclerc is able to handle the rear end of the car being all over the place, bro. He even said it himself. You know what I mean? And that's where he struggles, because he needs the back end. And Charles can drive through it. And he's doing it at the moment, bro. You know what I mean? So Charles is another one that's got it. He's just not as consistent as Max, and like, he's just a bit more mistake prone. Exactly, bro. Matt, bro. The funny thing is, if you go back to, remember when Lawson got the drive for Red Bull? And everybody was saying, oh, the reason why they didn't put Yuki in the car is because Yuki would have been a much bigger threat to Max, and they only wanted Max to be the number one, so they didn't want anyone to challenge him, so they didn't put Yuki in. Bro. These man put Yuki in, bruv, and Yuki is behind the cars that he just left. Bro, Yuki could barely even get points right now. You know what I mean? He can't barely make it into Q3. He's not a threat to any of the top teams. Max is literally carrying Red Bull by himself, bro. I've not seen this type of thing since Schumacher 1996, Schumacher 1997, literally carrying the whole team on his back by himself, bro. In a car that is clearly not as quick. That's why, for me, like, he's the best, bro. Like, he's the best. I'm telling you, bro. People won't appreciate him now because he gets on some people's nerves, and I know there's a lot of like fan bases that don't like him, bro, but I'm telling you, bro, you watch enough F1, you can tell the guys that, nah, this guy's different, bro. I know what this guy's smoking or whatever, but this guy's different. To be fast in literally everything, bro. He goes to Nürburgring in 3 laps, breaks the lap record. Like, he jumps on a sim He's he's in the top 1% of iRacing. He's in the, like, he jumped on flipping R Factor to do the Le Mans Virtual. Man's on the front row. Like, genuinely fast at everything, bro. You cannot tell me another real life racer that is literally at the top of their sport in the real world and can jump in the sim and be at the top of that. Even though it's still driving, two different feelings, bro. But just no one else is like that, bro. It's actually insane. Yeah, Horner didn't like him, but I'll be real. It's not like I don't like Yuki, but I knew he weren't doing nothing in this car, bro. And I knew, like, he's got the kind of temperament where he can be broken down. You know what I mean? Like, now he seems way more, like, depressed and stuff. I knew he had that sort of temperament. That's why I always said, bro, get Hulkenberg, bro. Get Hulkenberg. Tech, bro. Hulkenberg is another extremely underrated driver, bro. They should get Hulkenberg. That's the guy that should be in that Red Bull. 110%. Man's been driving difficult cars for years. And look at him, fam. You know what I mean? Look at him. Man's getting points, getting into Q2s in the Sauber, like literally the slowest car in the field. Like, Hulkenberg is a beast, bro. Get him in. I would. Yeah, I think Max will win Le Mans, bro. Yeah, listen. Generally think the guy's a freak. Bro, that shows you something about how good F1 drivers actually are. Even the ones that we think are mid. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. We might have to start respecting Perez again, bro, because even me, I was on Perez's case. Like, this guy's a bum. But Perez is closer to Max than any of these guys has been. He was at least, like, get a little 8th position. You know what I mean? He was at least, like, get a little points. Okay, he would bid it sometimes in a race, but bro, these men can't even get points, bro. Like, Perez to me is in the... when I say average, I mean average in terms of F1. I think there's the guys that are just below par. Then there's the average where I put, like, the Gaslys, the Perez's, the Bottases. I put them all in that category, right? There's a slightly above average or above average. Sainz. Who else? Sainz, Albon. Who else goes in there? I don't know. Yeah, maybe Antonelli, slightly above average, whatever. Then you got the very, very good Lando. I don't know. Maybe Sainz going very, very good with Lando. You know what I mean? Piastri. Right now, maybe Alonso. And you got the great. You know what I mean? Yeah, Hamilton. Well, Hamilton formerly would be in the great Maxes and stuff like that. Leclerc's on the cusp, very, very good. So I believe he could be great. Put it this way: if you gave Leclerc a car that was 2/10 a lap quicker, easy enough to drive, in a team that were competent, he'd win championships, bro. I'll be real. But he's never had that. So, but speed-wise, Leclerc cannot be questioned about speed. And I always think speed is the hardest thing to have, bro. Everything else you can iron out. Everything else you can get better at. It's almost impossible once you reach a certain level to genuinely get faster. If I had a team, who would be in your team now? Is this for me to secure a driver's championship or to just have a team that just dominates and I want to win constructors? If I just wanted to have a driver's championship, slapping in Max, number one. Teammate, you need someone who's quick, but not quick enough to get on his nerves. All right, if I'm just trying to win the drivers, I slap in Max and I'll give him someone competent that could maybe slap in, I don't know, an Albon if the car was easy to drive. But if you want to win a championship right now, you're putting Max in. If you just wanted to absolutely destroy everyone, I'm slapping in Max and Leclerc. If you just wanted to absolutely just take the piss, Max and Leclerc, bro. I don't think you can get a faster combination than that. Gasly's a solid driver, bro. Well, I mean, Danny Rick's retired now, so it's hard to bring him back, but yeah. Yeah, no, maybe, in fact, I'll go Max and Hulkenberg. I actually rate Hulkenberg above Albon, bro. You see, that's very, very true. No, Russell, like, to me, Russell is a number two. He's too quick to be a number two, bro. He's too fast to be a number two, bro. It won't work. It won't work, bro. I'll be real. And like generally, Russell is in my top 4 right now, but I wouldn't put Russell ahead of Leclerc. Sorry. You know what? To me, Russell's best race he's ever had in F1 was the race at Spa where he got disqualified, bro. Man banged out his own strategy, held onto the tires. That was a proper drive, bro. But as I said, I feel like if everybody had the same car or a car with similar tire life, same speed or whatever, do I feel like his raw race pace would beat the likes of Max and Leclerc now? You know what I mean? If you look at Russell and Hamilton on race pace, they were much closer together. Leclerc and Hamilton on race pace, it's a beatdown, bro. People can say that maybe Hamilton's not used to the car, but I ain't buying all of that, mate. Like, Leclerc's literally smoked Vettel. He slapped Vettel, slapped Sainz, slapping like, bro. He's slapping good drivers, bro. Yeah, no doubt Russell's getting better, but not ahead of Leclerc for me. Like when like from me watching both of them in like F2 and stuff, like Russell was very, very good in F2. But if you watch Leclerc in F2, he was a clear standout. He was like, yeah, that guy is a cut above the rest, bro. Absolutely. Yeah, the first couple of races for sure, like, you have to give him the grace and time, but I feel like, to me, if it was a thing where if the gap was coming down as opposed to staying the same or getting bigger in some races, then I could say, yeah, you can see the progression. Like, start of the season, let's say you finished 20 seconds behind, 4 or 5 races in, 15 seconds, 10 races in, now you're finishing like 8 seconds behind. Cool, there's clear progress. But, bro, we're still seeing 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 20 seconds. You know, there's no real difference, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It still feels like he's just jumped in the car yesterday. And as much as people want to make excuses for him, bro, when Russell jumped in the Mercedes in 2022, there weren't no 30, 40-second gaps between him and his teammate. The car was new to him. You know what I mean? There's no excuses, bro. We don't create those excuses for nobody else, so we can't do that now. Bro, talent-wise, I think Leclerc's absolutely got it. For sure. It's just that he's at Ferrari, he's stuck, and he's never had a competent team that are genuinely fast. Bro. Never. And fast throughout the whole season. Man has to worry too much about strategy and because his team just, you know what I mean? Bottas was a very good number 2 because he was very selfless. Like Barrichello, you know? It was Leclerc. What do you mean? Yeah, Leclerc was far back, but Leclerc started well behind Hamilton. You know what I mean? Leclerc started like 11th, bro. Hamilton was like 20 seconds behind Leclerc. I know he had damage, but even if you look at the other races, bro, like Leclerc's well ahead. People are focusing on the position and not the gap in the race, bro. If you are 20 seconds behind, you are a pit stop behind your teammate, bro. It doesn't matter if he's 5th and you're 6th. That's a pit stop he's taken out of you. When am I getting a DD wheel? I don't know, brother. I don't know. Soon. I don't want to tempt fate too much, so we're not going to say too much. Yeah, like for me, when I watch F1, I look at the eye test, bro. I don't just focus on the results because if you just focus on the results, someone could be dominating a race, have a bad tire change that took them 37 seconds, come out the pits, end up second, and then you look at the race results and say, oh, look, that guy beat that guy. But in reality, that's not the same. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm not seeing anything different from the start of the season in that Leclerc-Hamilton dynamic, bro. I genuinely don't see. I just don't see nothing, bro. I feel like Leclerc is adapting his style. Clearly, what Leclerc has done is made the car tricky to drive, but that's the fastest way. And Hamilton can't drive the car in the edgy way that Leclerc's driving it to get the lap time out of it. So that's why in the races, you're just seeing a big gap. You know, similar to what happens with Max and his teammates, but just not to that greater extent. But if you look at that's what I'm saying. If you look at the gaps, bro, go back and look at every single race we've had this season. The majority of races, there has been a safety car that has closed the gap. Take away the safety cars, bro. I'm telling you. Majority of the races this season, Hamilton is 20 plus seconds behind Leclerc by the end, bro. It's literally, we've had a safety car in almost every single race that's closed the gap. Had one in Australia, had one in Bahrain, can't remember China. Sure, we had one in, had one in Miami, had one in Imola, we had one in the last race. We had one in, did we have one in, no, we didn't have one in Spain. We had one in Monaco, I think. Or did we? No, I don't think we did. So if you look at the races where we didn't, the gaps were massive. If Leclerc beats Ham at Silverstone, it's over. Yeah, for sure. Bro, nah. You can't plan for safety cars every race, bro. That's crazy talk. You know what I mean? You cannot plan for safety cars every race, bro. That ain't no plan. You know what I mean? If you got no pace, you just got no pace, bro. Safety car can't save you all the time. You shouldn't need to save you all the time either. You should just have the pace. Or at least be within like 6 seconds of your teammate, bro. 20 plus seconds is diabolical. I mean, but like, I would never go into a race thinking, all right, I'm just gonna, it doesn't matter if I'm off the pace, safety car's gonna save my race, bro. You know? Like, that's kind of that's a loser mentality, bro. By that time, you've already accepted that you're just gonna get smoked. Surely you want to be on the pace. You know what I mean? Like you can, like if a safety car helps you out and you get a position, yeah, you can celebrate it. But when you go home and look in the mirror, you know, my teammate was 15 seconds down the road and I got ahead of him because of the safety car at the right time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Man says you got bad juju, you know? Yo, generally, man, like, I don't know, bro. I don't think any of that. I just think ground effect cars, the way they have to be driven, generally don't suit his driving style, bro. If you're a late breaker, ground effect cars are not the one for you. Because it's all about slow in, fast out, and great minimum speed in corners. And it is not, and for older drivers as well, it's harder for those guys to adapt. Bearing in mind, they've had a way of driving F1 cars for 18 or so years. So they're going to find it harder to adapt than these young guys now. Young guys can, listen, young guys can adapt way faster than older guys. I don't care what it is. It could be anything, bro. Technology, anything. They can adapt way quicker. If you look at F2, the cars are nothing like the F1 cars are now. Back in the day, F2 cars were just a miniature version of the F1 cars. So the adaptation was much closer. Now, these hybrid engines, they're nothing like the GP2 cars, but yet you've seen guys get in the car with no practice one weekend and they can just perform. You know what I mean? The adaptability at different stages of a career is just different, bro. How many young guys we seen jump in a car one weekend, finishing the points straight away? You know what I mean? Like, couple practice sessions, bang, just do it like that. You couldn't do that back in the day. You know what I mean? That's just what it is, bro. And now the cars are totally different to drive. Look at the guys like Daniel Ricciardo, another late breaker. Bro, just fell off the edge of a cliff, ground effect cars, bro. Completely fell off. And no one can tell me on pure ability, the guys like Yuki Tsunoda are better than Daniel Ricciardo. Nah. But they're probably more adaptable. You know what I mean? Like Hamilton right now, do I think on pure talent Russell's better than Hamilton? No. But he's probably more adaptable and he's probably better at driving a difficult car. You know what I mean? That's just what it is, bro. And the problem is that these old guys, they're going to stay around long enough for their speed to fall away. So even if we did go back to the cars that they liked, they're still not going to have the edge. People always say like, oh, if you was to go back to the 2007, 2008 cars, Hamilton and Alonso, them guys would dominate. And they wouldn't. They wouldn't dominate shit. If you look at the old school F1 cars, that was the least successful period of like Hamilton and these guys, like Hamilton's career. His most successful period of his career was the hybrid engines with Mercedes, where they had a particular engine advantage, bro. But in the era before that, he was beatable. You know what I mean? It's not like he was like fighting for a championship every single season. He was entirely beatable, bro. So I don't believe that if we went back there that these guys would just be dominant and be the number one force. Hell no, bro. Like it would be extremely difficult to win a championship even with those cars right now, with the kind of young guys we have now. So that's just what it is, man. I just think once you get to a certain period of your career, you just, you know what I mean? You're scrambling. See, I don't think their chassis was ahead, bro. Because I remember watching the what podcast is it? The Beyond the Grid, and one of the Mercedes engineers was saying that Red Bull had a better chassis than them, but their engine was so far in advance that it was just Red Bull couldn't do nothing. Remember, the Red Bull engine power unit was poor, but every time we went to Monaco, look how fast Red Bull were. The only place where, you know, Mercedes didn't have, like, they couldn't utilize their power. Red Bull could get in the mix at Monaco, or even when it was wet, like in I think it was 2015 at Qatar, when it was wet, Red Bulls all over the Mercedes. Soon as that dried up, goodbye. You know what I mean? But I think the Mercedes chassis was top 2. I think like 2014 Red Bull probably had a better chassis. You know what I mean? But Red Bull's engine was poor. I remember Paddy Lowe, before he left after he left Mercedes, he said that they used to turn down the engine so the FIA would not nerf them, bro. You know what I mean? They turned down the engine. If you look at the average lap difference between Mercedes and all the other cars, it was 8 tenths per lap. And that's a turned down engine. 8 tenths per lap, and they've turned the engine down, bro. What gap did they really have? And I always go back to this race, bro. If you want to see the realistic gap that Mercedes actually had, all you have to do is go back to Bahrain in 2014, bro. Safety car comes out, 11 laps to go. Everyone pits and has fresh tires, bro. So this means you can push from now to the end of the race. You don't need to save fuel. You've got fresh tires. There's 11 laps to go, yeah? By the end of that race, bearing in mind Rosberg and Hamilton were battling, by the end of that race, after 11 laps, they were 22 seconds ahead, bro. That literally works out as 2 seconds a lap. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like the extent of how far Mercedes were really ahead showed up in that race, bro, when they actually pushed each other. You know what I mean? That was the only real time you got to see the actual extent of how much faster Mercedes were than everybody else. So it's no surprise like they won championship after championship, because when was the last time you saw a gap that big? It took years to even get a car competitive. How will Alpine do? I don't know. They seem to have a decent chassis, but Alpine, if you look at their speed in the speed traps, bro, these men are like 9 kph down, bro. So theoretically, they should do well, but it all depends on how that engine fits with their chassis. So who knows? But lads, it's like 11:45. I better get off. And I will catch you guys on Wednesday, I think. All right? So, yeah, watch out for that. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. All right? Peace.